let's get ready to execute some trades. Alrighty. Once that Asian market opened around at 2 o'clock a.m., you got that crack of the continuation push to the high side, and we're back into these highs once again. Overnight high is that dotted line there. That's 17,925. 18,000's not out of the realm of possibility today, just purely based on NVDA. Crushing earnings yesterday. Absolutely crushed earnings. So let's see. We're going to let this market do some stuff in the morning. Let it settle in some. If we could let it settle in, it could kind of tell us the direction, give us a bit of information, so we could actually execute on a plan and not just hammering just based purely on some nonsense here. So if we look at the 30-minute over here. Here's that 30-minute. Yesterday, we were, so let's say from the 13th, we rallied up. We broke down that rally on the 16th. Started the selling, sat on here. Last week we got that PMI and stuff like that. That kind of helped push this down. Rotated down through up until the NVIDIA earnings, right to the base of this channel, right at 1:30-ish, 2:30, 3 o'clock. That's when you started to get that rally, that push into the top end of the channel. NVIDIA's earnings crushed. You got an initial dip down, and then once that dip down settled, NVIDIA took off like a rocket. So we're right back into this pretty much area of resistance here. We're going to have to wait and see what NVIDIA does, during the actual trading hours. You have all this here. It's kind of important. I would consider that, or this level here, the most significant coming up. It's probably that. Then you have above all these levels here, which we'll call this one. And then all-time highs is up here. So that's my 30-minute, quick levels there. Do I think we hit all-time highs today or this week? Maybe, maybe not. You do also have this bit here, right, which would kind of run up right against as well. So these resistance levels will act, pretty important for the time being, and then we'll see where they end up. Like I said, I'm going to end up just letting this thing settle itself in the first little bit, and then we're going to be patient, see if we get our setups, and go from there. Because, obviously the overnight low is down here, so post-market low. If we want to call it 10, we'll call the 2 a.m. breakout right here. Asian markets opened up. That's where that breakout started. So I would watch that 836.50 level. Let's just let the market tell us some stuff. We're in this chop. We broke above, came back down. You do have this, 1 minute wedge going on here. The 1 minute wedge right there. So I know NVIDIA was like the catalyst for everything leading up into yesterday and to today. So obviously that pre-earnings was down here. Then we rocketed up, came up into this resistance, and now we've made new all-time highs just above that zone there pre-market. But we also have other names that we need to watch, right? Microsoft above 406.18, Apple 183, still above that zone there from yesterday. Bounced off, 2 days, grabbed. Now we're starting to build up some bullishness. If Apple starts to continue on as well, then this bullishness probably continues for the rest of the foreseeable day. I don't know what's going on with my stream. It's kind of weird right now, but all right. All right. We got 1 second and we are open. Let's see what goes down here. Apple pushing up, market just rocketing right through that resistance there. Next real important level I'd say is 18,000 for like a real serious level. Does NVIDIA give anything back? If it starts to roll, then you can watch this. Start seeing it roll over a little bit. We definitely need pullbacks to get long. That was a nice little wick there. This opening range is going to be wild, so. Softy. Look at that thing bouncing around. NVIDIA starting to get bids. I'm going to give it 15 minutes, I think, to settle in. Because I don't like... I mean, yeah, there's opportunity here to either make or break you. But I don't want to be doing that. Look how whippy it is. Crazy liquidity right now. But we were in this range all night. Until it actually breaks out of this and starts to move in a direction, then we don't really have a clean-cut path of where we want to go. NVIDIA crushed earnings yesterday. I mean, there's no reason that it doesn't kind of continue on. I don't, there's so many people long on it though that I don't know if it'll catch some relief selling below that 741. The gap up is huge. We also do have those numbers come out. The initial jobless came in lower than forecast at 7:30. We got the PMI flashes come at 8:45. So I think that 15-minute waiting period is probably a good idea. After that rally yesterday, I definitely can anticipate a pullback, but with how whippy it is, I don't really want to get involved right this second. You got Delta pushing up, price pushing down, which is right. The Delta pushing up, maybe. You can reject the bottom here. Let it flush the bottom. Any sort of rally seems like it's going to probably get bid up pretty hard. There's just a lot of chop city, right? This here and this here is the base. These are older zones that I've had drawn up, and look at the, price was drawn right to it, and we've stayed in that area, right? So now until price gets some, good information, failed breakout of this little wedge, then it rotates to the downside. Any sort of crack of the below could initiate some selling to come in, get into this range here. Then you start looking for buys down there potentially. If that's not going to be a failed breakout, if it's going to be a a confirmed fill that wick, then expect that rotate through 925. If it gets through 925, I say 8 to 8. That level up there, 80 is probably it's still a target. I can't see anything on my stream thing, so it's a mess. It's all good. What's Microsoft doing? NVIDIA is getting a little bit of a bounce. Microsoft dipping a little bit. Apple also pushing downside. Let's see what Microsoft does. You can see that pre-market, that 406.18 level held on Microsoft. Once again, it's a very important price point for these levels. It does have to 412 before it may want to start to sell again, right in that zone there. But also, it's rejecting on this side. Could give you that good rally to pop into it. If we do rally like that, I would anticipate this to continue higher. If we fail here and continue to rotate back down to 406.18, we got to see what NVIDIA is doing. Popping off. I wouldn't be surprised if it does take out that pre-market high, but just to make an all-time high and then maybe fail it. It's quite extended. That's my issue with it, right? The 869 level held pretty nice from previous structure. Rotating down. We're right in my zone as well, right? We need to be out of the zone. That wick above, any sort of breakdown below, I like the continuation to that blue line, that's 793. That was that, the breakout from that 2 o'clock in the morning was 8:30, but beyond that, that's where price ran right to post NVIDIA earnings and then just sat there all night until that 2 a.m. Right? And then that's, like I said, 791. So if we do kind of crack the low here, watch for it to hold, come back into it, and then rotate down. But with these other names bidding up, could just continue up. Apple, NVIDIA, Apple rotating down again. Glad we're being patient. Really haven't broken out of our little range here that we have developed so far this morning. You had that initial spike through the high. You came right down to the low of this little consolidation zone, and now you're pushing back up to highs. I think, give it 5 more minutes. Price will give it a bit more time to have its true idea of where it wants to go. Like I said, again, we're kind of just coming into here, basing out. Delta is basing out. Tilt is just 50-50. Nobody really knows which way it wants to go. I think once it decides a direction, you're going to start to see people pile into whichever way it goes. You're going to see if it long breaks, you'll see it break and it'll go pretty quick. And I think a short break will get some sellers involved fast. Those were wild earnings. Let's see. It's not giving me the earnings. There it is. The earnings beat by 1.708 billion. So, and then their earnings per share beat by 12.34%. So, pretty good earnings. And then their forward guidance apparently was really good as well. So, five more minutes. Be mindful of this little wedge too. Crack of that trend line to the high side. NVIDIA goes. Once again, if you would have played this breakout here, it's failing again. So, you're getting this sort of just chop, fail, chop, fail, chop. Let's try and stay out of it. Let's do our best to time our entry good. We only got, one shot at it, really, with this. That's all I want to take. I want to take one really good A+ shot. There's that big delta push down. Another failed breakout above this little wedge. Deltas, sellers are pouring into any little pop. It seems like you see the bigger delta candles, but then also on the breakdowns, you got the big buyer come in. So it just kind of wants to stay here at the moment. Those numbers come out at 45 anyway, so you're going to get some algo move, and then once that algo move settles down, then we can start to really look for our trade. So that's what we're going to do. Let everything settle in. Get the algos to chill. Nothing doing. We'll see what happens with the everything here. 17,912.62 is the top step X. These are some levels that I had drawn up from the other day. You can see that they're longer term. Price right here, entered in, held it, ripped up to the high there, failed, back to low, bounce. You may stay in this little range here for a bit, but I think that this number kind of, even though they're not red ticket numbers, they're still flash PMIs. It's still what the Fed's looking at. So you may get a whip out of the zone, and then once you get this number to drive us out, then possibly look to see if we can continue in whatever direction it goes. Any failure of the continuation should lead to the other end of the trade actually playing out. So that's kind of what I'm looking for more than likely. Still sitting above this little area here, but we did leave the opening range high at the high there. So breakdown 2 could give you that opening range high as the high of the day, and then you can fade that. But and that's that high. Everything is kind of acting in confluence here. I'm not sure if anybody sees anything right now. If you do, you know, throw it in the chat. I don't have a clear-cut plan on this. Just if bulls want to buy in, they can. It's just we're already pushing these highs on, you know, you got the NVIDIA news. Now what? What are you waiting for this to go up, you know? PMI is lower. You got PMI flash at 51.5. Forecast was 50.3, so that's higher. But services PMI flash 51.3, as forecast was 52.3. So it's sort of just like in line. It's still up. That's just, to me, it's still up. I watch this now. Now that that's in and done, let's just watch and see what happens with NVIDIA. If it cracks and holds above this little wedge pattern here, this downtrend line, or if it's going to reject it and then rotate down. A flash PMI, when numbers are, one is higher than expected, the services PMI is slightly lower. I mean, realistically, it's still over 50, so it's still expanding. I mean, slightly lower. It's strong growth. Strong growth, later rate cuts, higher for longer. NVIDIA is still ripping, so maybe good news is good news with these things, but look at Microsoft right into that liquidity zone, could sell off from there. I don't want to be fighting some of this yet, but I do feel like we could get a sell to come in if this does fail. This is the opening range high, so we are sitting above it, still bullish. I'm not going to fight that quite yet, but we just broke the overnight high. If we could get a little divergence, maybe set up here. I don't want to take the initial real dump off of it, although I do think it could happen. You know, Microsoft right into that lane, that spot, and then Apple, I'm sure, is still flat on the day, trying to pop a little bit. And NVIDIA obviously broke through that little high, but didn't get like that huge pop off the crack of that line there. So S&P's is right up on a resistance level. We're right up against a resistance level at 17,930-ish. So I would be cautious on taking a breakout long. However, it could just continue to rip. So it's just the way that this kind of market's been reacting of late. Finger in it. See, this delta is telling me it's continuing, right? I wouldn't hammer in a short until this delta gives me a reason for it, right? This delta is not telling me. Just because Microsoft's selling doesn't mean that this has to sell. A good push up, a good wick, another good, you know, double top type of pattern could give me an indication. But right now we are just pushing up. S&P's broke their resistance. Sorry about the sneeze. I've been just fighting this cold thing that I got going on for a few days. This whole week, I guess I'd call it. It's just strong. Very, very strong. It's 75% long on the tilt. Microsoft rejecting again. Good strong delta, good strong push to the upside. Very congruent. Buyers are stepping in at these highs. So continue to watch that. I don't have like a chat on my, or a stream health or anything, whatever. Microsoft trying to resist it. possible that this continues on, right? That's just how this market works. It could continue on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever with no real reasoning behind it. But this reason, I mean, NVIDIA being the one that's been driving the market, we waited for it. We sold off into it. We bid up right into it. We sold off, gathered some right here, down here, gathered those short people, got as many people short as possible, and then ripped it higher. And then now it's been just higher ever since. We went through level, stopped at this level, stopped at this level. 18,000 isn't unreasonable, right? Based out, broke the high, bullish pattern. You know, we're in the bullish mindset right now. It seems like it's just nonstop pushing, pumping. I'm cautious on playing breakouts at post earnings type plays. To me, it's very difficult. But now we're at all-time highs on NVIDIA. So it has nowhere to go but blue skies. That previous high was here, so we'll do that. Okay. So that's that all-time high there. Fail that, then just be careful. Microsoft right at the very high of that zone there. Does it continue through it or does it hold, right? That was a really good hold at the top end there. I wouldn't fight this trend at the moment. 17,968 I had as a level as well. We're just so close to 18,000 that I think it's possible. On the open, once you held this level here, you can see I was talking about the delta giving you a bit of like we were pushing down hard, but delta was popping up, right? We had buyers stepping in, buyers stepping in, buyers stepping in. Held this level very nicely. I said once you crack this, you probably get a push to the upside, which ended up happening. I just, like I said, I wanted to let things settle down today, give it some time to breathe a bit, give it some directional choice. There was that immediate rejection of that 970. We'll see if we can get this to get popped back up. If we fail to make new highs in the delta, then maybe we can get that divergence play. Microsoft selling off pretty nicely from that 412.80. NVIDIA trying to rotate back down. It's below the all-time highs again. Oh, excuse me. We're still flat. We haven't made any trades today. Not trying to force anything in. We're trying to let the market tell us what to do. Sometimes these strong breakout moves could be the reason to get short. So I don't hate that idea. Kind of wanted to see it get to 18, or at least into this zone here before shorting it. It's got to tell me what it wants to do. I'm not going to just do something just because. Sitting right on that NVIDIA breakout point. Like I said, could have cleaned, like I expected it could clean up that all-time high, which it did in the market session. Now it can make whatever decision it wants to make, you know, within the market session hours, right? It could come back down. It could clean some of this up. It could go down to here, clean some of that up. It could run back to highs. It could do whatever it wants. It's all about valuation moving forward now. What is Microsoft? Microsoft holding below 412. If we get back up into 412, could bring this market back up into here, and you look for a short opportunity on another pop. Damn, that was nice. Nice little rollover there from that point. I say if you get sellers to come in, they could come in pretty hard. And like that right there, as soon as you start to see some sellers pouring in, they came in with some power, and there's a chance that it could roll. The algos are done for the most part. Right back to that breakout point. The support here at 95 to 88. Apple's rolling over. NVIDIA broke back down through its little breakout point, and Microsoft still pushing to the downside. The sellers could come in, push us back down, close the gap up, and then decide where it wants to go also from there. Everything is just patience. We're giving it some time. It's now 8:55. I can't take any trades till 9. Those are my rules. I broke it yesterday, got myself into trouble. We're going to give ourselves till that hourly close. Market's been open for 25 minutes. I have taken 0 trades. We looked at this here to see if it'll get us that breakout if we broke above here, which ended up happening. I thought maybe this little failure kind of indicated that we weren't going to continue. We got right back down to that 885 level and then rotated right through the high once NVIDIA broke through its little trend line crack. So Microsoft ran up to 412.80 and rejected. NVIDIA ran up to highs, rejected the highs. Now it's sitting at the breakout point, so we could catch another bounce, could see it try and rotate higher one more time, and then look to see if we get any divergences, and we'll try and capitalize on the divergence. I'll take a little snack. We got 4 minutes. I think we have new home sales as well right now. Existing home sales. We got 3 minutes. What's the risk here? NVIDIA broke down again. I know where my levels are there. I'm going to switch that to Microsoft so I can see both at the same time. You could give this a little look-see here. This weekend, I'm going to look to try and get my screen set up a little bit more appealing for streaming purposes for you guys. I think, I give a lot of good information on here with trying to pair the equities with the futures and giving you kind of a good idea of that. I just need to set it up where you could see it in a better way all the time. But also, I think there is a way that I could import in, have another screen up and embed it in here somewhere. So, not necessarily ruining this, but if I were to put it up in the corner or something where you could see it. Come on. No. That's not working. So. There we go. We're back to normal. I just need to figure out how to get this to be the way I want it to be for the stream purposes. All right. We got 1 minute 18 seconds left in this. Yeah, I'm going to work on some updates to the OBS. Like I said, I would like to get one of these up into here. Maybe I'll pop it in this corner where you can see at least one of the two, but also where it just doesn't disappear on you every time I click onto this screen. You can see Microsoft over the last few weeks has really respected this 406.18 and all the way up to this 412.80. So it's at a $6 range. Sorry about the coughing. I don't have it set up at this point. I'm waiting for divergences. You're getting a good set of delta, like a bid catching here. I think maybe at 10 o'clock, once this existing home sales number kind of settles down, you're going to get a bit of a pop, and then see if you rotate up, because NVIDIA is also popping. It's holding that little breakout point where it broke out, pulled back, now looking to kind of come back up, maybe look to make all-time highs again. Anything above 928. Existing home sales reported at 3.1%, previously at 0.8%. So people are buying houses. 4 million, consensus was 3.97. So so people are buying existing homes despite the mortgage rates, despite the rates. Economy is strong, over a 50 on the PMI flashes, so it may sell because of the interest rate implications that those have for us. So let's watch that. I am going to wait on this. NVIDIA's pushing up, Microsoft's sitting flat. I don't know what Apple's doing. Apple's just kind of like continuing to just stay on the lows. I think Microsoft and NVIDIA are two names to watch. NVIDIA pushing upside. I think maybe we could take a shot soon. You got Delta playing up, but price is not. Right? Price is not bidding up while Delta is pushing up consistently. So you might be building into a long. Top step, tilt, 53% long. That 28 level is pretty important, so watch it. You can see Delta really trying to push here. New buyers came in. That new high is likely to get broken with as far as the Delta is concerned, but price hasn't played along. So although there are a lot of new buyers coming in here, price isn't at the level where it wants to get to, right? It's not at the not all-time highs, but the high of the day. It's trying to get there, but it's just not, the bids aren't pushing this up hard enough. So there is either a big seller here, longer term, bigger seller, but these are all market order buys that are just getting sold, and the price isn't going anywhere. So 928.75, pretty important level. Microsoft starting to catch a little bit of it. NVIDIA stopped at 771, 772. When it starts to move, then we'll start to look to see if we can take anything. S&P is pushing upside, 5,075 even. All-time highs. S&Ps are at all-time highs. NASDAQ is not. So there is divergence there. Who's going to be right? Who's going to sell off? Who's going to bid up? You can see now that there's actually sellers coming in, the price is actually giving you a little bit stronger push to the downside. So see if it does hold that. Too much risk for me right this second. I think we can take a quick short on it on the combine. I think that's where I want to take it. Microsoft broke the low. I just don't have enough risk to mitigate that. I'm selling one on the combine because I can give it more risk, but I'm not really worried about the combine as much right now. I want to focus on this. Like I said, the Delta trying to push up and not getting that push up kind of told me that price wanted to get there, but it just couldn't. S&P started to sell off, and we're retracing back under our breakout point around that 900 level. So if we get a flush of 900, you could get this thing to continue to roll downside. Microsoft broke its low and is pushing down. NVIDIA is trying to hold above the breakout point, but it's still just making it made a lower high. It's dancing around a bit. buyer coming back in. Cautiously optimistic on inflation. Could that move the market? I doubt it. He did say later this year on cuts, so that could be important as well. Still nothing on the XFA here. I do have Microsoft pushing down and NVDA pushing upside, so we have a little bit of divergence there as well. Good job, Ray. Well done. Yeah, kind of catching a bid here on NVIDIA, but could rotate down that 772 level right there. 97. If it makes a new high here, then I'm going to see what happens. Microsoft catching a little bit of a pop. Apple bidding up a little bit. Yeah, that's why I didn't take the short. See if we can make this rejection of 930, or if we pop from 930, do we continue to the upside? There's the delta. A little bit of a divergence there as well, right? Because you didn't make new lows, but also, you're trying to get bids to work out here. Maybe this break of the 928 is the true break of 928. I'm going to try and take this long here. What's the risk on this? 540. Yeah, I'll take the long here.
Order filled.
I think the bids are coming in stronger than the sell order. So let's see if we can catch this down. I want it to get to 18,000. Realistically, would be real nice. Nope, not getting the breakout that I wanted through that level yet. Still sitting here. The bids are there though. That's the thing. We're hitting this wall of maybe there's a big seller there or somebody that's just going to continue to stop us. But really, that looked like the level to break and continue. Break through there, and then we could get on to the upside. There we go. Push. Give me that push up. NVIDIA broke the high again, that all-time high, previous all-time high. So if we can get some more follow-through on it, this could get going. Microsoft does have room to get back to the highs. If Microsoft bids up some and Apple bids up some, then we could get this thing to go. Get it to go, get it to go, get it to go. Come on now, keep going. Push up through here. CL, if your oil is pretty good to trade, natural gas, NG, there's a few different ones. I'm pretty much solely an NQES equities kind of guy because I like to be able to watch everything that I can. I would like to get some, I'm going to put this at break even and then we're going to see what happens. I would like to get some oil involved in my trading, but I haven't. I think, like I said, I think S&Ps, NQs, those are the most liquid. They're easiest to get, into and out of. That's why I like to trade them. I know a lot of people that are futures traders trade corn and grains. I'm out. I'm flat. We're up 120. Didn't get the follow through on that I would have liked. The immediate breakout, but up 120. I'll take it. Can't be mad at taking a quick $100. No real follow through on the break. Not a, I look to see things to break out and follow through quickly. If I get a failure of a level, you know, then I might look to take the opposite end of it, actually. Because Apple's rolling. NVIDIA failed that high again. There's that short opportunity coming in. I'm going to sell that on the combine and see if I can pass the combine. This is really just a shoot my shot at a failed short here, a failed long. But I don't trust it enough to take it on here right this second. Apple, Microsoft. Yeah, still pushing upside. That's going to flatten out. So we're going to be done on that account right this second. I knew that I wasn't going to take that on here because of that. I just wanted to get involved if it was going to go, but we held off on it. We're going to hold off on this one. And let's focus on one account at a time because that is what gets us in trouble if we start bouncing around trade to trade. But yeah, I'll say it would be CL for oil is like the most other popular. If you go to let's see what else they have. CME Group, YM, RTY, anything that's equities related, I like. Corn is ZC and soybeans are ZS. I know people trade those a lot. And then you got ZN, which are 10-year T notes. Here is the full CME group. Oop. I'll put this in here. That's all the products in the CME group. You can kind of go through each one and see what you would like to trade. Obviously, there's not just CME. There's CBOT, NYMEX, all these other ones. But metals, you can trade gold, which I believe is GC. Platinum, I know people trade platinum as well. But like I said, I'm pretty much an NQ, ES, equity style trader. I would just focus on one at a time, develop a good relationship with them, and then as you start to add things in, you could add them and let them kind of build into, having a strategy where maybe you set alerts and then just trade them as you see them. That's what I'm going to probably do with oil. I would like to get involved in some oil contracts, but I don't know the product well enough where like tick sizes, dollar per tick, all that stuff that I need to know to really limit my risk and get some ideas off the table. I think if we get this up into that yellow zone, that's where I'll really start to consider a short. Right now, Delta keeps coming in, buyers keep coming in, but we're not getting that follow through on a breakout. S&Ps are starting to roll. The all-time highs was previously 5,066. Is that the high there? The high 5,066.50, and we're right at 50.69. So if it reclaims below that 66 and starts to roll over, then the NQ probably plays follow up, catch up, and we go from there and we see what happens. But right now you see Delta pushing 62% long in the tilt, so there is still longs coming in. The Delta's pretty much holding the same sort of trend line that this is holding. If we crack below here, I'd give it to there. If you crack below there, that's probably going to be the point of where sellers start to try and pile in a bit. You can limit your risk above 925. Microsoft's still trying to stay heavy, but NVIDIA is still staying strong. So this market has been driven by NVIDIA, but Microsoft is the highest market cap, so it's really just see which one goes. And Apple is wedged out hard right now, right? Which way does Apple go? Whatever way Apple decides to go maybe drives that first initial move. But look at NVIDIA rolling. You could possibly get this Apple to crack lower, and then you could probably get Microsoft to also continue down. If NVIDIA gives this up, let it give this up right here. $7.75 and 50 cents. If that breaks, then this breaks. I'm setting this order here. Just for a melt idea. But if it holds and rallies, that's what it does. I have this set as a just in case melt order kind of idea. NVIDIA held that very nicely. Microsoft's still trying to hold there. That was that sell point where it gapped up and sold down. 409, 410 even. I'm going to take this off for a second. Let it tell me something different. S&P's is pushing higher. NQ's pushing higher. Everything here is bullish until it's not. You got a wedge pattern here. Break above that. NVIDIA held that trend. It's still pushing up. So there's no confluence. 68% long in the tilt. Nothing heavy enough yet. Do I think 18,000 gets touched today? Potentially. Potential touch of 18,000. However, a failure here with NVIDIA breaking down. If NVIDIA breaks 775.50, right? 775.50-ish. Then this should roll downside. I want to be ready for it if it actually happens. I'm leaving that there now. NVIDIA once again holding its trend line. Microsoft trying to push lower. I think this 928.75 on the NQs is a good level. The question is, if NVIDIA doesn't break, but this does break the wedge to the downside, does NVIDIA also crack after the fact? Because Microsoft's trying to hold 410, but it's having a hard time. Apple broke its little trend to the downside. So if Microsoft also breaks, then NVIDIA may catch the break as well with everybody else. Push that high again. Price did not push highs here. S&P is trying to fail its highs. If it pushes down below 66, that's back below the all-time highs. NVIDIA has NASDAQ has all this area here as support. And we're just watching this wedge. NVIDIA just bounced hard off of that little trend line to break through all-time highs, give you a strong push up we don't have a very strong tilt to the high side. It's 57% long. I'm taking this if it breaks through and enters back below the range, the opening range trade. And I'll be stopped out above 75. 28. So it looks like it wants to get in here. NVIDIA looked like it's trying to crack. If we do break this, I want it to break and never look back. If it looks back, then I'll be stopped out. I would like to take one off down here if we just get like a super hard flush. We've been thinking about breaking out, haven't. We're holding this trend now at the moment. Microsoft catching a slight bounce. NVIDIA also holding its trend line after that little wick through. Apple breaking down. And NVIDIA holding that trend line. That's why I put the stop down here and not up over there, because I did feel like a wick of that was going to happen potentially and then stop us out. So I want to get in on the way down when it's giving me a good flush. $40 seconds for this candle to hold below. There's a breakdown of the trend line for NVIDIA. So let's see if it follows through. Looks like it wants to. Starting to crack. NVIDIA starting to crack. If 28 goes, then maybe we get this to go as well. So if 28 breaks on the NQs, then this will look to go roll. Apple pushing down. Microsoft pushing up. NVIDIA broke the trend line and is holding. And it held that on the break. So now this possible short, is this going to be a continuation? We've held below the break of this uptrend here. Let's see if it's going to crack now. It seems like it wants to get a little heavy. I'm going to get down here. I'm going to get involved if it breaks below there. Not limiting my risk, but maximizing my profit potential there. Microsoft giving a good pop though. NVIDIA bounced off that all-time high. Could just be another move to the upside. It's trying to get heavy. NVIDIA wants to crack to the downside. It feels heavy. I'm going to take the short. And we're going to see where it ends up. There we go. We're in short. Let's see if it goes or not. If it's going to just fail me, then it'll rip my face off. If this is going to be the true sell, it should just go. There it goes. It's moving down now pretty good and bounce back. We're stopped out if it gets above this breakdown candle. Let's see how far we could take it to the downside. If it's gonna continue, if not, then we just got wicked in. But NVIDIA broke its little trend line to the downside, to the upside trend. So it looks like it wants to go. We just flushed this level, and now we're just gonna rip up. Come on now. You want to fall. My NVIDIA is still rolling over, so we still are okay. Microsoft was at the high end of a little barcode. Hopefully you can continue to sell a bit. If we hold below 28.75, then this could still be a good trade here. It's this level right there, that 930. Still holding below it. NVIDIA still rolling over. Starting to catch a big sell on NVIDIA. Let's see if this will carry the NQ down. Come on now. We crack this low here, we'll go to break even. Crack that low there, we'll go to break even, and then we should get this sell to actually push through the bottom of this here. So let's I want to start recording that so we can at least see what the trade is. NVIDIA cracked that. If we can crack the low of this move here, we should be able to get to break even, but it looks like it's trying to hold. It's trying to hold. We are just above this breakdown candle, so if we do get stopped out, price probably moves to the high side, but NVIDIA really got heavy. I did not think that this is going to hold up as well with NVIDIA getting broken down through that all-time high, previous all-time high breakout point where it failed it. So if we get stopped out, so be it. But we saw this thing get super heavy short. I mean, I was trying to get into it and hold it, but it seems like it's just trying to get one more little bit of a bid up before it sells off here. So now the breakdown should happen. If we, like I said, we get through this candle here, I'm going to go to break even. Looks like we're getting through it. Oh, it's trying its best. Come on now. Get through the bottom. Nope. Another liquidity grab. Patience, patience, patience. Let it go. Let it go, let it go. Breakdown. I'll leave the stop there again, and I got to get this back up so I can see it. Sorry, I can't see it. Microsoft's starting to sell, so that should help as well. Come on now. You know you want to go down. Love to see it 2 VWAP. There we go. Push, 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 push. Be patient. Let's go. Come on now. We cracked that trend line. NVIDIA tried to reclaim that high again. It's pushing up again. Now it's reclaiming that level. If that was a failed breakdown for sure, then we're going to be stopped out. We're leaving our stop there. We're going to let it just do its thing. And we're out. We got stopped. So we are down 350. We had to take that trade there. We got the breakdown. Everything happened correctly. We tried to manage it as best we could, and then NVIDIA just decided, hey, we're going to do the opposite and roll up. So down 350. Set that to red. Gotta take that every time. So I can't be mad at that. I limited my risk on it. You know, took a small loser, 250, 350. So we're there. I would have loved to have gotten maybe one off on that, but we never got back down below that low there. It was the right trade. Everything played out nice, except for NVIDIA. Gave you that trend line break. Price didn't play along right away with our price here. It did end up breaking down. Microsoft sort of held us up a bit, and now we're right at the top end of that that wedge pattern again. So potentially the short comes in here, or the long now is that true breakout. So, and then you had Apple breakdown, pushed right down to the low and then bounced a little bit. NQ is just strong. Oops. All right, let's see. NQ1. Wow. You can see it just pushing, pushing, pushing. If Microsoft can push up into this zone, then we'll probably get a better idea of a short. Attempt at a short, I should say. I'm not looking to go crazy right now. I'm looking to be more patient, try and get this thing in here. I'm going to go get a water real quick, and I'll be right back. There's the breakout of the high. So that was an accumulation. Oh, I gotta get rid of that order there. That was an accumulation, right? Accumulate, accumulate, accumulate. Now rotate higher. Let's see if that plays or if it continues to push down from there. We get Microsoft up into that range. NVIDIA is not quite breaking out, so possibly holding this back a little bit from really taking off. .69% long. See if it gets back to that 68, 69 level, that 70 level, maybe into that yellow zone there to maybe look for a short opportunity. Once we come into that zone, I just feel like we're a little bit extended, but we could, like I said, bulls could just continue to roll us over. I did everything I wanted to on that trade, except for, once we broke down again, maybe I should have got to break even. But honestly, if we got through the lows, that's when I wanted to confirm it. I wanted to let this thing do its, little dance. It did it a couple times where we got right up into it and then rolled over some. See if Microsoft could get to 412. It could initiate itself from that 412 level. We're going to continue to watch this uptrend line here too, because this could still be valid, right? We touched off on it again here. If we touch off on it here, maybe get another little push up. That's what we're watching. Gotta take the shirt off. It's hot. NVIDIA rolling a bit. Not quite wanting to push up into those highs again yet. We'll see if it does. If 800's in the cards for NVIDIA or if it's going to rotate down again. There it goes. I want Microsoft to get up, give me a little wick off high. Delta is flattening, price trying to move up, it's slowing down a bit. Pretty much all of our news, all of our information that we're going to gather from today is done, except for oil, but that's not important. And then you just got a bunch of talking feds after 2 o'clock, so nothing that's going to affect us during this trading session here. See if we can flush up that 970 level one more time. 72% long, starting to get a little bit heavier long. Microsoft entered into that zone, that 412 area. If NVIDIA can wick above, maybe up into that 780 and then fail it, then we can possibly look to get into this zone here, get short, but Delta is still playing along. You're still getting people buying up here. Bulls are always in control, it seems. NVIDIA now pushing up, pushing up, pushing up. $779. Got to get to 780, 86 for that high. Wick, another pop, possibly coming in. S&P's is just rallying through all-time highs. I mean, it's just everything above is all-time highs on S&P's. So the NASDAQ not being quite there. I mean, we did just break that little trend line at 9:14. So that pop could initiate this buying up to 18,030-ish, 18,026 3/4. Or if we reject the high right now, get a pull back in, then a break of this trend line here. Sort of what I'm looking at. I would like a divergence setup. This is Delta made new highs, price made new highs. I don't trust it yet. Maybe if we break down from this trend line again, come back into it, sellers, true sellers come involved. But right now for me, 61% long on the tilt, heavy delta upside. Not quite there yet. It's a good little move though, right off the same level. NVDA never made a new high. Microsoft sold from that zone, but is still ticking up. I want to get something where I can get follow through on it. This probably time corrects to this and bounces from here. Trying to be patient, trying to get this thing to set up a bit more. I took a short that I thought would give us a good flush, and we got some good movement on it right off the jump. Just never got follow through on the short. Bulls still took over control. Microsoft, as I mentioned, as soon as it entered that 412 area, it was going to sell off, which it did. I should be trading equities because I'm money on these stock follow through. NVIDIA possibly still has upside. If it does get through 780, you do get probably another rip. Watch what happens at this bounce level, probably right here at 51. Maybe get a flush and a run. If you get a breakdown, I will look for a retest and then maybe go short to really confirm on the follow through, because really I'm not getting the follow through on my moves the last few days, and that's kind of where I've been getting myself in trouble. I just won't get the first contract off, or I'll be on, and then it'll go in my favor pretty strong. We'll hold, we'll be strong with our stop, and then it rotates right back up and we take a loss on it. So it's not for like lack of bad entries or anything like that. It's just follow through on some of these moves just aren't playing out. So like I said, we got to try and be a little quicker on them. The S&P divergence possible. Got through here, fading, flat delta. I could expect to time correct for a few more minutes till we get to this candle here, to this line, and we pop potentially, because NVIDIA is looking to go upside some more. Apple's still doing this little wedge. Another fail breakout for NVIDIA. Microsoft's rolling. There's the trend line. Does it bounce or does it give us another breakdown? I can't limit my risk on it as much as I would like. I would like to rotate back into here. Give me that false break again, divergence, and then rotate down. Like I said, a hold of this, maybe a push up one more time. Like I said, with NVIDIA popping from here, holding us up some, not popping, but not breaking down. There's the break. Maybe get a retest up into here, and then if we fail it again, I'll take it. But I'm just, the lack of follow through has just been killing me. Leave that there. Catching bounce. 50-50 on the tilt. Nothing doing. Thank you to everybody watching. I'm trying to do my best to be patient. We're doing our best here. There's a little flush down. Of course, the follow through comes on the move that you don't take, but we're still waiting. We're going to be patient on it. There's still a chance it bounces from this level here. If you can continue to selling, then we'll wait to be on the other end of it. Let it tell us to be correct, and then we'll take the flush and the true move to the downside there. Little boy is here. Let me just close the door. He's going to be running around like a crazy guy, and I don't want to distract everybody. So we're good. Another bounce here from there. NVIDIA is still holding that 775.85 level. Microsoft holding above. I did mention the sell right there at 412. I didn't take the short up here. I could have limited my risk to the high side there and continue to roll this down. We're just kind of be patient. Like I said, let it tell us the story that it needs to tell us before we start getting ourselves involved and chopping ourselves up. See if NVIDIA can break down from that 775 level or if it's going to hold. I have to be a little cautious on taking a short right this second. Really what would confirm it for me would be an actual breakdown of this 17, this level here where we shorted before. If we could get a confirmed break from here, that should initiate a true sell, like a bigger seller come in here. That's where I would like to get involved, but that also could be a bounce play location. So we want to get it to be breaking through here, and then we'll be wrong above 30, 28.75, which is that actual breakdown point. We're going to take that body there. That's just me confirming that it's going to continue to break down instead of actually this is just waiting, being patient, letting that level break, and then give you a harder move. I'm only taking one contract. I've drawn down a bit, so we're going to be kind of tight with it. We're going to let it, but then we're also going to trail it, right? Pretty hard. There's a flush. See if it actually breaks now or if it's going to just bounce from here once again. We're going to let it go. See if we can get down into this zone here. Hopefully get down to VWAP would be a really nice play. There's the short. Now we're in. And I'm going to do different this time. I'll go to break even. And now we're going to let it roll over and see where we can go. I think our first target is VWAP. If we get to VWAP, then 900 is going to be the stop. And then everything under 900 can be a profit. The reason I waited for this, right, because it's now a true flush of that zone there. You got Microsoft pushing down. You got NVIDIA pushing down. If we rotate back up and get stopped out, it happens. But really, if it's going to be a true flush, it's going to continue to the downside. If it's going to be the move that we wanted to take, then it's going to hold. And that's really what I want to see. If it's not going to hold, then we got to be careful to the long side. So that's what we're doing here. We're being patient with it. We're going to let this thing continue to try and roll over. NVIDIA did break its high level there, and sellers trying to come in and take some profits possibly could help this out quite a bit. So I'm going to look to hold it a lot longer than, because I don't have two contracts. I only have one on. So I'm going to try and be patient with it, try and keep holding it. I'm going to get above this candle. That's the top end of that wick. I'm going to secure that. And now everything where we got this liquidity zone here, I need the market to break. I need NVIDIA to just flush. And it's catching a little bit of a bid here at 74, but I think if you can break down from 72, then you continue to go. Microsoft's breaking down. I'm going to move this off the screen so I can see, but looks good. 912. Being cautious on the bounce, but that was a good flush. I mean, that was really what I was looking to see if I can catch right there. So at least we've covered our risk. We're break even. If we catch a bounce here and we rip higher, then that's just the market doing what it wants to do. NVIDIA's still going downside. Microsoft's still pushing a little bit. So I'm being very, very, very good. I appreciate your call out there. Thank you, Ray. Hopefully you saw what I saw, and now we're back flat. So 290. We took a little bit of a win there. Small win there. See if we can get a retest and then try it again. Glad I could help you out there, Ray. At least somebody's profiting on the day at the moment. Just still kind of being a little cautious. Probably not good to be too cautious for myself, but you got a bid there on NVIDIA, which popped us back up, stopped us out. Microsoft pushing on the lows. That was a really good move there. You got the acceleration and never really looked back. Well done, sir. Hell yeah, good job, Ray. I think we can catch this now to break 912. We're selling that there. Back in the short, see if we can get through the VWAP. If we can get through VWAP, then this could continue to rotate down. I'm gonna continue to just take the $100 it gives me, and then if it follows through, then it follows through. 210. Yes, sir. Hi, Steven. How are you? All right, cool. I'll be down in 2 seconds. All right. All right. Bye. All right, I'm getting an oil change. Give me 2 minutes. I like what Price is doing right now. Unfortunately, I need to cut for a minute, but give me one and then we'll be good. There's some sort of information on NVDA. Oh, JP Morgan just says they're overweight. That's not really great news for that, but I'll be happy with that for now. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I can take 2 seconds. No, you don't have to stay with them. My shoes are in here. I'll be right back. Still just help me reset a little. Oh, you need this? Hey, Max. All right, good. I didn't miss anything. All right. If NVIDIA catches a bid, a break back above 17,925 could get some buyers in. If not, we just continue to roll over from here. I would say it's overweight too. Sorry, I just ran up 3 flights of stairs. All right, we're back. You're starting to get a bid here. NVIDIA's starting to catch it a little bit. Could possibly look to get in here long. It's got to break above here, however. Normally I'm not a big trend line person, but they've been working out pretty nice. You got some buyers coming in, like I said, with the Delta coming right up into there. NVIDIA was cracking through those highs there, and now starting to catch some more of a balance. Microsoft's rolling over, which is not helping the cause. Is it front running, or is it, you do have this 30-minute here support. Holding that level right there, that 900 is very, very key. Got a double bottom. Couldn't make a new low in Delta. Started to creep up. NVIDIA, a little higher low. Delta pushing up, price pushing up. NVIDIA pushing up. Apple still pushing lows. Microsoft pushing down. I'll let it break above here. And I'm going to take a long, and I'm going to take one off at that 28. Nope, Delta's starting to creep in. Price is trying to push lower, but you're not getting huge flushes. This one big one that I took here was good. You're getting higher low, wedging out. There's a high volume node here at 910. If it breaks 910, you should get a little bit of like a big push, especially if NVIDIA plays along. And if Microsoft bounces from here at all, then you will get a push. But if NVIDIA rolls over, then you'll never get to our entry, I don't think. But a break above here, I mean, NVIDIA could just decide that it wants to continue to get bid up. It's just that kind of name right now. Never long. Let's see what happens. The failure of the fail breakout rollover. That looked nice. That's a nice little grab there. Come on, Delta, help me out. NVIDIA break upside one time. I'm putting a bounce on this trend line breakout from before, and this breakout point right now. NVIDIA's starting to pop a bit. If we can hold above here, we should be good, but it's got to hold right now. Otherwise, it's going to probably give us that rotate down, stop us out. Like I said, I'm very into quick moves happening right away and then being able to get out. But right now, it looks like we're going to get stopped. Yeah, we're out on that. Switch to a one guy. Get up there. We'll add above there on a breakout. Expecting Microsoft to run over. Bounce, I should say, not run over. I'm expecting Microsoft to bounce from here and then NVIDIA to help out. Sweating from that run up there stairs. Microsoft's catching a little bit of a bounce. NVIDIA wants to kind of run up again. 778, that level there is going to be key for us. Nope. Come on. Push. Push, push. Opening range high, acting as resistance. If we can get through that, maybe we could continue to push up. Like I said, I think Microsoft has a bounce in it right here. If not, if Microsoft continues to roll over, then we won't get involved long on the second contract. But looks like we want to try and creep up over here. Delta's flattening out. There we go, starting to push. Get above that opening range high. NVIDIA's not playing along. Now it's rolling. Microsoft bounced a bit, still holding that 409. If we can get above 410, hopefully that can initiate the buyers to get involved here. This opening range high is just acting as our nemesis on this trade. We need to rip through it, rip its face off, then rip through our add. I'm going to add at 928 3/4 and quarter, I should say, and then try and get one off at value area high. It's just not getting that breakout, which is concerning to me. But slower markets tend to be popped lately. So they'll slow down and then they'll rip up higher. There you go. So if it does come back, then we're going to stop out there. But I'd rather be stopped out there for a break even than this thing to fail on a rollover. But everything's popping now, so we should be able to get the ad on. See if the ad comes in. If the ad comes in, then we should be able to get off at 938. All right, we're in 2 guys here. And we're going to be at break even on the whole thing because I'm not trying to lose anything on this trade. That's just how I roll. And that's pretty much a line in the sand there. If it does break that, it should give us that whole rotation to the high side. If we can get that one contract off, it'll be very nice. We're going to be at our ad with the break even. With the trailing stop, I should say. So we should be able to get one off. We're within a tick away from getting that one contract off here. NVIDIA trying to break 2 of these all-time highs, so it should carry the entire market up with it. We will get one contract off. We're 1 tick away from getting that one off. There's one. Okay, so we're 1 off, and now we're at break even. So every dollar that we make now is going to be gravy on this trade. We're looking to see if we can get this thing to 18,000. If this never comes back to our entry, then we'll be good. But really, I mean, it could just roll back over just like everything else has been doing. Microsoft still has room to 412 once again. I'm going to try and just let it ride because one of these moves is bound to have an actual play out on it where it goes and doesn't look back. With S&Ps pushing up towards highs, still holding above all-time highs, previous all-time highs, I should say. NASDAQ has room to catch up. And if NVIDIA wants to break out to the highs again right now, even though it's kind of faltering a bit here, we're not faltering on the NQs. We're right at the value area high. So if we can hold the value area high and push off, then we're good. If not, we rotate all the way back down and negate this, and we're out. And looks like we're going to get stopped. There we go. Fucking stopped on that. Gave back 220 on that, but down 155. So we came back. We made a nice little $500 on that. Trade there. Just shy of 500. This is why I took one contract off on that. Let's see, 610, we're down 100. So, we're still one good trade away from making everything back and then some. Oh, 155. I don't want to lie about the P&L. It's 155. 155. So there you go. Rotating back down now. Tilt was up 52% now. That breakout happened beautifully. We got our add-on nice. We took that first contract off and basically just took our add-on as a break even. So the initial trade worked out perfectly, exactly to where we wanted it to. The second trade, we trailed above break even and it got stopped out. So, which is fine with me. We're starting to roll over Microsoft, starting to roll over NVIDIA. NVIDIA fails that 775 again, then you get the full rotation back. Take this off. Take this off. These aren't important anymore. What is important is going to be now this here. You get tight with that. And this here. I'm going to watch these levels. Every time I get close back to break it, I could give myself a second contract add. Anything that flushes this level here continues us to the downside. Anything that breaks above, it's the same deal. We got a failed break out there. Trying to push back again. Microsoft's still beating on the lows. If we can break here, then we should be able to get ourselves one off. At the bottom here. We're just going to see if this will happen. I'm not convinced that it will. It still probably could be our long trade idea could be incorrect. That's why we took it, right? It was a nice little push. We broke down, we broke out, we came back, we've retested. Now we're looking to break out again. If you get a lower high or a higher high, like a false breakout without the delta push, then this could go to the downside again as well. But overall, I mean, we're pretty much, we're down 155, basically a break even type day. We've been seeing it well, executing well, just aren't getting a ton of follow through on some of these moves, which is fine. We're just going to try and be a little quicker on securing profits. I'm glad Ray was able to get that call out and be able to profit as well. There's a break above. Flatten this bad boy. Congruent delta, breakout, could continue on now. I was going to buy it there, but it's okay. NVIDIA didn't really make a good pop. Microsoft didn't make a big pop. Let's see, Apple. Apple is still in that little range, that wedge, holding it. This could be that failed breakout. Then you could get this short right here, below there. A failure of that. Delta pushing up nice though, so let's watch. I just want to see if NVIDIA just decides to dump. I want to be involved if it does. This is just in case it decides to roll over, fail breakout. That's what this idea is here. We're risking 400 on it to make that actual nice base hit, double, triple, possible home run. S&P is trying to push up to the highs, not quite making that. Price slowing down. A real breakout didn't quite happen yet. NVIDIA is still trying to fail 778. Microsoft never made it back over 410 at the moment. Trying to fail 410. I'm going to watch this level here, 65. It's a good target. A good target probably right now, 63 to 65, up into there. NVIDIA is buying up. Delta is moving up. I could see this rolling over. I really could. I mean, I don't know why, if it's going to be strong and push up, why it wouldn't have done it already. Microsoft 409.88. Still just not holding that 410. 410's acting as resistance, pushing down. NVIDIA's starting to push down. Delta's getting slow, stopping here. You got to push up, but you got a strong candle here. If we can end up negating that, then the sellers are just going to start to, I think, kind of come in here. 910 would be a good first target. 910. Let's see what happens here. Fails 410 again. If it gets to the lower end of that, and NVIDIA follows, baby, I think we can get a nice short in here. This looks like a good one to come in. Delta flattening. Price trying to push up, not happening. Almost want to do it up here.
I don't want to get run over on that wick above though. Value area high is my entry. That's why I have it there. NVDA now bouncing some. Microsoft still holding below 410. S&P is trying to push above. Still trying to push up. Nice little hard push down and bid right back up, right off that level. Still waiting. Let's get up to 780. I would like to short that high. I want it into that yellow box. Really, that's my short idea. Is that yellow box would be ideal. Price didn't really push with that delta there. Could this be the spot again? Another spot where it could be a sell location. I want tilt to get heavier long though. It's only 70%. I would like it to be 75, 80%. Sorry, I'm being very patient, being very cautious on this. I would like to short our level here at the high. I just need it to give me a little bit of a confluence, right? Something like this, where it's like a push down and a rip up. That gives me rip up. Maybe that's a little bit there. A negation of this candle and these wicks here could rotate us down. $410 on Microsoft has now broke above, so maybe a bid comes in. Watch 410.50. Only 67% long. S&P is looking to try and make new highs. If it makes new highs here, then you might get a really whippy top. Want to get up there one more push. I need one more push. One more this candle hold here. 10 seconds. It could hold below. Then you break above it. Then you fail that high there at 980. That's what I want. Get above 980. Give me whip this thing, and then we get short right down through here. But right now we're pushing down a bit harder than I want. Right away. NVIDIA is still popping up. It's holding this 78, 24, 25 level. especially getting close to 18,000, it wants to magnet to that level too. So that's just kind of my nerves on it. These names aren't following through the way that I would have anticipated. Damn, there's the sell. I want this now up to here at 970. If it's going to be a V like this one, then we're going to be all right. If it triggers us in down here, sellers should just continue to pour in if we do get triggered, but we've got to kind of be quick with it. I would like to get another setup into the yellow box. This looks like the spot potentially here. Same type of deal, up, down, through, and then the flush, up, down. Could be this one more push up into the yellow. Lack of follow through with the delta, and then a flush. I would like to flush this now. There. Anything below 60. Just increasing my profit potential, and then where I'm wrong is closer, so we're good there. That noise always happens on Quant Tower, and I have no idea what it means. So there's that. $50-50 on the tilt. Delta is flattening out. Price is trying to push up. Really not getting like a strong push on the delta. All these equities are not breaking out, and the price is trying to push, right? So I want to see what Apple's doing real quick. Apple's still right at this like trend line that it's been selling from all day. NVDA pushing up. Microsoft still just that 410 level wants to play around with some. If I can get up into the yellow box, wick off this high, I'm going to short just below the 75. Just based on like the range type day. You get this. Get into that range there. Short that high. I just don't want to get involved right this second and it rip that one rip higher. NVIDIA is still not looking, it is wedging out though, so watching that breakout point as well. 778, 50-ish, 70. There's a pop on NVIDIA above that little wedge. Well, if we could fail that and break down, then now we can get a congruent breakdown on this. But if we don't, if NVIDIA breaks this and now runs to highs, then this is going to break right through and go right to 18,000. But Microsoft's not also playing along, so I don't. it failed. NVIDIA failed that level there. Microsoft holding below 410. Price just slowed down quite a bit on the NQs. Like I said, if I could wick this high, it would be great. That'd be my ideal entry. If it doesn't and it fails hard now, then we're gonna get involved anyway on this push down, and then we're just gonna let it do its thing. Just kind of been bouncing around. We're bound to catch one of these that's gonna work. Take one off at value area high. If it gets down through here, Microsoft looking like it's rolling over some. NVIDIA tried to break out, failed it. So it looks like it wants to break down. So we'll see if we could fail this level here and we get a true push, true flush to the downside. That's what I'm looking for on this. If not, if we get a bounce and we get triggered in and ripped out, then that's what happens. We're in. We're short. We're taking a little heat on it. It was literally a bottom tick entry. Didn't get the follow through that I like to get on that kind of move, and we didn't get the wick above the high. So it was really due based on NVIDIA and Microsoft rolling over at these locations that didn't, like a failed breakout on NVIDIA made us roll some here. I know it's a bit much. Yeah, I'm gonna get stopped on this probably because my stop's too tight. Been a very back and forth kind of day for me. Up some, down some, up some, down some, up some, and we're out. Down 550. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. NVIDIA broke. I'm re-entering. We're short. Same spot. Just a couple ticks lower. Oh man, NVIDIA bounced really good from that spot. Fuck. Okay. These names are getting heavy, and NASDAQ's just not following through here, which is annoying to me because these are the kinds of trades I usually do pretty well on, and they're just not playing out. I have to execute on my strategy because otherwise I'll miss the one that actually does play out. There we go. That's the flush down. Let's see if we can get an actual true push now. Kind of oversized myself a bit with my drawdown, so 2 contracts still gonna get myself stopped out on this at break even. It's heavy. NVIDIA's heavy. It should go now if it's gonna go. If not, I'll get myself out. I'm gonna take a little bit on that. I'll take that if it takes that tick. Yeah, I need that. I needed that little bit of a get. Lack of follow through right away. Can't be playing that. 505. Not a ton of follow through. Thank you. I'm trying. Bounce off 775.85. Highs and S&Ps. Failed breakdown there and a bounce. Let me get one long. I'll flip on this long. Take it to 18,000. Let's go to 18,000 today. Failed breakdown. Bounce from NVIDIA. Microsoft didn't break either. See if I can get another one on above here. Nope. My flip is probably wrong, but we're trying our best here to get this thing to play out. Delta's creeping up. Price did not play it to the downside, so we'll look to see if we can catch the breakout, the bounce. This failed breakdown to me tells me let's get long, but however, it is a lower high getting created. NVIDIA's trying to get a bid again. It bounced right off that 775.85, and now it's giving it a little bit of a quicker rejection of 77. There's NVIDIA giving you a nice rip. Come on now. Everything else should follow. Let's go. There's NVIDIA popping. There's S&P and NASDAQ. Follow the S&Ps. Let's go. Rejecting that little trend line again. Failed it. It's got to go. It's got to go. Hard to trade is along here, I would say. So it's the third touch on this rejection zone. We failed to break down. Got some shorts involved. Maybe try and stop out some longs above the highs here, which I would get involved in the second contract. And then try and get off one above there. I think 18,000 comes into play if we can get above here. Delta's starting to creep up, 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 up. There's a delta push at this level. Not a lot of sellers coming in, but you can see that delta's starting to push. NVIDIA looking like it wants to break this level here. It's 7. If we can get up to 779, then this price should get us up over that level. Any sort of really hard push up will get us triggered in and probably that first contract off pretty fast. There you go. If this is going to fail on us, we're going to be out. Tesla's popping. NVIDIA tried to break 79, didn't quite get it. If we can get above 79 and 80 comes in pretty quick. $80. Come on, get up to 80 now. 79 broke, failed. Broke, failed. Broke, now it needs to break. Microsoft is wedging. If it breaks to the upside on the wedge above 410, it's holding 410, holding 410, could get a pop. If Microsoft pops, then we good, but we need to stay involved in this. Our stop is above break even on the first, and then if the second one comes in, then we're going to see if we can take that full risk. There you go. There's a good pop to the upside. We're going to go to break even on the whole thing. See if we can get that other contract off. Take some profit. Come on up. Come on up. I'm going to go answer the door in a second. Let it go. Yeah. Oh, hello, Steve. Would you mind removing your sneakers for my wife?
100% going to.
Thank you.
I was actually just going to leave them outside.
Whatever you want to do. It's all good. Nobody comes by.
Dude, I love this apartment complex,
Appreciate
man.
it. Here's my humble abode.
Hey, kiddo.
My wife. This is Steven.
Hi, nice to meet you.
He works with me in
Sorry, it's messy everywhere.
He's our oil change expert here. That's Max.
So what's the bill?
Let me get 1 second. I'm gonna check on this. And we got to stop that. All right. No follow through on it. Flat. Down 425. Cool. Pause.
He's a really nice guy. Say hi to the nice guy. He said you're a really nice guy. He likes him. He said it's very cool.
This is the pour over version of our coffee, so it's slightly different than the you get a little bit more flavors out of it because it actually like control the pour and everything, so you get a little bit more flavor out of it. And give you taste that to make it a nice drink.
I saw a picture of you with that hat on. It was super cool. That's great advertising.
Right?
Yeah, yeah. She's got baby.
I've never been there. Is he really nice? Tell me when you're outside.
You know what's crazy? Like,
You're good.
my girlfriend,
Sorry about that. I have oil change and a friend on over here, so I'm kind of bouncing back and forth. We're here at these highs. Got NVDA to break above here. Looking to see if we can catch one more push up. I'll go one long here. See if we can break above here. See if NVIDIA can play along. If Microsoft can get a bounce above 410, then this should play out. Your ice on stream? That's great. My bad. I took one contract here. I would like this thing to break out again. I want to see this to 18,000. There's something about 18,000 that just wants to get tagged. Gonna leave it on one contract here.
What's your Pokemon over there? Do you want me to pour it over there? Is
Yeah,
that what it is?
the espresso you can pour over ice. All right, we're gonna leave this in. We get stopped out. We get stopped
Is that
out.
what he wants?
My tax lady yesterday, she was like, "So how much work do you do from home?" And I was like, "All my bookings, online." So
Yeah.
we're able to.
This is where the business happens.
Oh wow, this is great.
Say hi to the stream. Say hi to Kramer's probably on there. You can say hi to him.
I was just texting Kramer. What's up,
Yeah.
Kramer?
So this is where it all happens. We're in this trade, and I'm gonna just let it play out. I'm just gonna see if it'll play. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But NVIDIA is rocking, so maybe it will.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, we'll see. That's all we can do in this trading world. But yep, this is where all the business happens. She got me this mouse pad for starting the business, so it's
That
neat.
is so badass.
Yeah, I like it. And then this place was full of like a bunch of coffee shit, but since been neatened up. So I'm kind of trying to let this trade play out without touching it because I think it could go work, but also it's at a place where I want it to go the other way. Actually, nope, it's not. I gotta find that. I don't like that at all. NVIDIA just sold off like a motherfucker. So I'm gonna take that loss and move on. But yeah,
This setup's amazing.
let's see if I can get you to see this short here. Let's see, because that was a nice little wick there, and that's gonna play probably sell it hard off. You can see this is a big red candle here. I'm gonna teach him about trading a bit here on stream.
Kindergarten, please.
Red means price is going down. Green means price is going up. And if I get triggered into this, I want price to go all the way down. That's the goal with this kind of trade.
And you're just basically paying attention to like a trend or trying to find the trend.
I play reversals of trends a lot of times, so I like to find areas like this, and I like to go opposite of them because a lot of people are trying to go long like I did before. And then NVIDIA did this wild thing, and NVIDIA is heavy weighted in this equity that I do, the NASDAQ here. So if this is going to move like this after a big earnings play, sort of like a failed breakout type move, I want to try and fade it, but apparently it doesn't want to play along, so I'm going to probably get out again and then be done for the day. Just trying to...
Do you keep track of your lifetime stats?
Yeah, for the most part, it's just... All right, we'll pause. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Gotta walk away from this, otherwise I'm going to keep hammering buttons. Yeah, for the most part, I'm profitable, but there's, time yesterday, a little bit.
Do you find yourself like wishing you knew when you started that you knew?
But you don't learn. Hey, why did shoes on? this the move? This could be it. All right. Amazing. Price just does not want to play along with me today. Hilarious.
Do you use a graphics card?
Yeah, I have an NVDA graphics card actually on here. This whole thing is it's a gaming computer because it gives you a little bit more like reaction, like processing power and everything for the trading software and everything, where it's actually able to be quick. You know, the faster you are, the better you are to react into certain trades and stuff like that.
Yeah,
especially when you're fast, like when you're scalping, kind of like how I do, where I just try to get in and out most moves pretty quick. All right, now we're short again, and we're gonna see if we can get it full follow through. And there you go. That's what we look to see. Like that's a lot of the moves I try to catch is stuff like that.
Out, yeah.
So and I'll try to get one contract off there, which I did. So now I have one stop at break even. And so really all I look to do is try to get my best ideas is to try and get 2 contracts on, get one of them off, and then let the other one just try and just do whatever it does and break down even further. So if this just sells off the rest of the day, then I'll make money on the day, right? If it doesn't and it rotates back off, at least I took some of that profit off, and then now I'm looking to, you know, if it hits off on my stop, I at least made the money that I made on it. It's really half of whatever, you know. So if I got 2 contracts on, I have 2 here. I took the first one off at that point of control there, that level, and then as I move in that direction, if I get further, then I just start to move this further and further into profit. But the way price has been acting the last few days, it just has not followed through completely.
All the way, like
Yeah. Most of it's like days like today. So this is a huge indication to me that it's going to sell off because we're into this like accumulation area that I look at. And then you get all these other things playing along, but then it just doesn't do it, right? It just it does, like I get the lack of follow through a lot of times. So like right there, now I have nothing. I'm totally out of the position.
How often do you cash out?
I've tried to as much as I can, but you know, right now I'm just in a down period of the last few days. So it all depends. With this company, you could cash out after you make 5 $200 days. So, but every time you cash out, that limits your drawdown. So you try to build up a buffer. And then like Kramer took a payout last week and then ended up burning one of his accounts. He has 2 of them. So at least he took money out before he burnt it, and then he could do it again and just try and get funded over and over and over again. And that's kind of what I look to do with this. Right now I'm down 400 on the day, 395. But you know, one good trade can net me $2,500. And then it just cancels out all the losses.
Scary,
yeah,
addicting.
It is, but if you do it like honestly, if I would have just left this one alone with a stop here, then I never took that first loss, and then I'm in here. So, you know, thank you, Mo Trades. I appreciate that. Kind of doing an in-person teaching and a stream teaching at the same time. It kind of helps, right? It helps people understand what's going on. But if you do need oil changes, and you're in the Texas, Houston area, this gentleman here does delivery home calls.
We deliver oilchanges.com.
We deliver oilchanges.com, and you get a special home visit from this man or his associates. So it's very convenient. It's no more expensive than the standard oil change, and it's you could trade, and then you could teach them about trading afterwards, and then enjoy a nice coffee at daytradingcoffeeco.com as well. So it's a whole
Thanks for the shout
circle.
Out,
yeah, of course. You know, all 10 of us on here, but at least it's something.
Oh yeah, it's always something, man.
Yeah,
that's incredible. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mo Trades. I know Temple on here. He's in the Houston area. He's a known associate of Mr. Sills as well. So we deliver oil changes pretty awesome because like I don't have to leave this computer. And if I didn't know him, I wouldn't have him in my office, really. But he's a nice guy, so you could have him in your office. It's fine. But it's cool to have that kind of convenience with an oil change, so you don't have to leave your desk and miss opportunities like
You
we
can
had
keep
today.
trading
Yeah,
while getting your oil changed.
this is it. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Keep trading, make your money, pay for your oil change, and leave your oil change guy a tip. So because it's a drive to his locations. So we have 8 minutes till 11 o'clock. So the stream ends at around 11. We're not really getting any follow through on any of these trades. So I'm gonna let Steven vamos, and I'm gonna come on probably from 11 to 11:15 and see if we can catch maybe one more, and then be off for the day. So I'll be right back.
So what happens like when you're about to go to work?
Mhm.
You're on like a good streak.
I mean, Couple more minutes. Sorry for the day. Let's see what we can do here. Finish off somewhat strong. Down 395. I didn't change my P&L. It's been sitting there at 505. We're down 395. Really took that loss there. That was unnecessary. Yeah, you can warm those up, please. A little distracted on that. That should have been the win. I was a little tight on the stop there. All good. We're back at it. We're gonna work till 11:30 today since I got a little bit off, a little bit distracted. I had to get that oil change done, and then I was showing Steven, like you saw on here, his future in trading. All right, so we're back into that zone. Let's see if this holds or if it's going to rotate down once again. We came up into there. We came up into there again. Looks like it wants to reject one more time. NVDA once again trying to fail it. I want this thing to pop up, get into that range there, and then fail it again. And then we could just rotate it again. Be a little rangy. Microsoft whipped the bottom, and now it's rotating up a bit. We're gonna look to see if we can get this to hold. All right, patience, patience, patience. Let's see. That's done. Be in there. It's a little tighter. I want to see if this thing will sell off or not. Microsoft failing that level. Like, we want one of these again. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, all right. Let's see. Sorry. Almost at the end of this little sickness that we got going on here. So this wedge seems to be a bit better here. It's really more in there. Probably more like this. NVIDIA did crack above. If wicks and holds, then it couldn't continue on. If Microsoft doesn't catch up, then we should continue downside as well. Got that bluey stuck in my head. What are the chances it breaks out again? Likely not. We're going to sell right here. Fade the highs on a range type day. If we can rotate through here, then we're going to see what happens at this trend line. There we go. There's a breakdown. See if we can get through this low here. The trend line probably 957. If we do break down through here, 957 should be that area of interest. If NVIDIA can actually roll over from here and break 775 and hold, it would be very nice. This is like I said, it's an area of interest for me to leave the stop there and see if we can get down to that 57. There we go. Once again, actually taking a shot at our shorts. My idea is to go to break even because we're just not getting the follow through. So if I can't get the follow through on the move, then I get stopped out at even. That's not a loss to me. That's, just trying to maximize that downside pressure. NVIDIA is going to get to support at, and then when we get to that 57 level right here, maybe, we just ticked it, 58. We ticked 58. I think if we can get through 57s and break down through here, then this could sell off further. But it's just a matter of seeing if it will follow through or not. This is still that wedge, right? You can see this wedge formed. We sold the high end of the wedge here. Now we are break even on it. So whatever happens on it now happens. We gotta just try and let it play out. See if NVIDIA can crack 775 here. 775, 85 is that level that was pretty important all day. We were just tipped back below the breakout point. Microsoft is selling off as well. So if we, like I said, if we crack the low here, we should get some sellers to come into the market. If not, we wick it, we bounce, we get stopped out at break even. No harm, no foul. I'm still executing good entries. Like I said, we're just not getting good follow through on anything today. Some days it's just going to happen. Yesterday, same kind of deal. We made good entries. We just didn't get the follow through on some of our moves, and then we overtraded some, and that's just what happens. With that, like I said, I'm at break even. If it comes up above it, then whatever. But I'm looking for this to get heavy. And we're out. Still down 380. Made a nice little $15 there. We're controlling our losses. Had a couple little bit of I flattened here because of the way that the price action was acting on NVIDIA before, and then we took another short on it. We caught part of it. Our ad got taken off, then we got stopped at break even on it. Once again, Microsoft held that level, is rolling. NVIDIA is bouncing from that 775, but if we can get above here, wick this high, we'll short it again. And this time we'll probably, I don't want that. If we short through 75, let's say we wick this trend line up here. If we short through 75, we'll short it with 2 contracts. And then we'll see if we can rotate, get one off down at that level there at 58. I want this up into that yellow zone, short through 75. I want to wick off, get up there, and then short it, like I said. See if we can get up over it, crack that little trend line, get into that 980 again. If we can get through 980 or close to it, then we can short 75. I'm going to set this order here just in case it rejects 75 right now. But I want it to get up into there, because I can see Microsoft and NVIDIA just completely slowed down and are not really popping off. But NVIDIA's, here it's a little green, a little red, a little green, a little red. So there it is. That's what I want to see. Pretty much exactly what I wanted to see. So now we can get that there. Get one off here. This is the break. $74.20, $75. Which leaves my stop with enough room above not a lot of follow through on that breakout, right? You got a wick of it. Microsoft's at 409.30 something. Not really breaking out from that level. NVIDIA is still flat, not quite breaking out. You know, there's a flush on it. I'm going to sell one on the combine as well and give it some room to the high side. NVIDIA wicked down, so if we can get that to continue downside, then this will follow from here. There's the breakdown a little bit. We're not in yet on this. We're still hovering above that 78. NVIDIA starting to roll 75.88. If we can get this to flush, then we should be good. Alrighty. Not quite playing along with me, even with the NVIDIA breakdown. Interesting. Accumulating. $18,000 is really that level that I really would love to short, but this is just not playing in the follow-through game, so I think that if a rotation down now probably comes through. That's why I have my order there at 74.75, because if it breaks through 75 and down through the zone, then we could rotate down to the bottom end of this little wedge that we have here. That's all I'm looking to at least try and catch some of that on a strong push to the downside, so I never look back at it. And then, like I said, since we're not getting a lot of follow through, I'm going to just trail my stop to break even sort of quickly if we get down into that 65 area, 10 points. We didn't get triggered yet. The video failed the breakdown, it kind of held that 88 level, so it looks like maybe it's going to run up a bit. There's a push. Now you're getting good delta push. Right, Delta's pushing up higher. Microsoft pushing up on that 409.55. You got stopped on that combine. Never got triggered in the express funded. Tried to front run the combine a little. It's all good. If we do get triggered in, I'm gonna set this for 75 for the combine just to have it there. If this is going to be a failed breakout, right, you got that delta push, price pushed up above this little wedge pattern here, even though it's probably more like the high end of this wedge pattern because it's not quite broken through yet. I just went more bodies. No harm, no foul there. Waiting on this thing to fail through that level once again. 18,000 is so close, so it's possible that we hit off on it. Microsoft just broke out a little bit. We'll stay on until noon today since I got a little distracted. See if we can catch one more trade, get ourselves back to even on the day and profitable, and start that process back to green in this funded account. So I want to see NVIDIA just melt off and get some people taking profit on it. That should give the failure. Maybe some people are front running 18,000. That also could do it. 17,990. There's the high. NVIDIA one more time, trying to break down from 775.85. I like failed breakouts to rotate down to the other end. That's what my ideas are. So if we break down from here, we should get that bigger push. breakout, fail, grab some liquidity, push up. If you fail this second time, then that should be the true push down. If not, look out for 18,000 and beyond. I mean, honestly, up into that next yellow zone, 18,010. I just don't see the strength in the equities that will continue to carry this up. What's Apple doing? Apple's just basing, just continuing to base. Giving a little bit of a bid. Google, same deal, a little bit of a basing wedge pattern, may have just broken out. AMZN. Got to highs and failed. I like Microsoft as my leader and NVDA as well. All right, let's see if we can catch this short. I'm going to start a record just in case we do actually get involved in a short here, because if we do, it should come in fast. I would like to get one off there. Would bring us to even, and then everything beyond that, like a breakdown that would continue on further, would actually make our day pretty good. But like I said, if we hold above here and continue on, then that could lead us to 18,000 and beyond. S&Ps are pushing all-time highs again. So if it continues to push up, then the NQs probably follow. If not, if the S&Ps fail this level, you could look to rotate and fade it. NVIDIA is trying to fail the lows even more. 774 they're at now. You got Microsoft holding just below at 409.60. Should I give myself a couple $100 more? Yeah, I should. A failed breakdown there. Let it go and let it do its thing. If it does trigger us. If not, I mean, like I said, S&P's pushing highs. We're pushing highs. NVIDIA was pushing lower. It might not be leading us anymore. But it was what was inflating this today. So if NVIDIA gives stuff back, then the NQ should be giving back as well, right? Because the reason we've driven up so much on the day from yesterday is because NVIDIA drove up so much on earnings, right? That's just not... if we can't keep that level in NVIDIA, then there's no reason that the NASDAQ should continue on either. Especially with this breakout point not following through at all. It's just ticking, ticking, ticking. You're not getting a ton of delta. You know, you are ticking up a little bit in the delta, but not crazy. My tilt is 70% long, so people are still trying to get long here, but it's not following through. NVIDIA rolling over. There's a lot of confluence here for me for this short. But it needs to fail this level, right? I can't just hammer in here and then it runs to 18,000 just because it wants to hit off on a level and NVIDIA decides to just spike, right? Sometimes the futures lead, sometimes the futures lag. It seems like we're kind of just hanging around these highs, you know, lingering at a highs on a range bound type day with a breakout of a wedge here. Seems like it should be a failed breakout of a wedge, rotate down to the bottom end of this wedge, potentially. And then if you break through that, then you have even further to go to the downside. There goes NVIDIA again, trying to flush the low, actually getting a push down, hard push down, 773.55. So you got a true breakdown of NVIDIA. Seems like it's holding, and we're still holding highs. So if one of these other names, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, if one of these names also breaks down and doesn't take the lead, I mean, we're inflated on literally Amazon numbers. So for this to continue to push highs is sort of silly on an Amazon breakdown, right? This might just be disconnected at the moment. Looking to catch off on the 18,000 level. I'm going to take 1 minute to pee. It's 11:30. If I get triggered in, it's a good thing. So I'll be still here. see what happens here at this. Got very close to 18,000. Didn't quite touch it. Still going, Max. We're gonna trade to noon today, and then that's it. Sorry for that high pitched kid scream. Where's my tilt at? 64% long. NVIDIA still rolling a bit, but Microsoft catching a little bit of a bid. Nothing crazy. Do I think 18,000 gets tagged? There's this. That was a little whippy action there. You see that start to speed up a little? NVIDIA is now popping up. It's holding below the level. If it can pop up and then fail it, I could get Microsoft to play along. That'd be nice. Or Apple. Did we just disconnect from NVIDIA? It sort of feels like it did. It was like an excuse for the price to get up here to that 18,000 level, and then no matter what NVIDIA does, it seems like it wants to do something else now, right? NVIDIA's been making lower lows and lower highs, and the price action on NASDAQ's been doing higher lows and higher highs. So we're a little disconnected. This is where I usually get my good sells, like this rising wedge here on the 1 minute that gives you a failed breakout. Delta not quite making new highs, price making new highs. There goes Delta making that new high, bidding in. 18,000 could get tagged here. If this 30-minute candle fails, we'll take that short up there at 86. That's on the combine. There's an NVIDIA sell from there. This is the move I like to see right here. We're starting to get this action here. If we can tickle off 18,000, you know, right to it, I can imagine right to a tick on 18,000. Then just people taking profits off of that. Or there's a front runner on it. Surface down. There's a 186 seller just sitting at 18,000. So is somebody going to front run that, or are they going to just fill up that 18,000 and then sell off hard? All right, you can see it right there. This giant red line, and it has not moved. 185, 185, 185. 185 lot. Sitting there at 18,000 on the nose. If they get filled, they're going to be short. So I will also be short. 187, 203. There's a ton of sellers at 18,000. It might not ever get there because of that wall. People are front running it. I want to see it get touched though. Let's see if it front runs. It just dissipated. There's a 200 lot. 300 lot, 300 lots at 18,000. That's where the sell comes in. I want one more pop up though. One 185, 210. there is a wall there. I'm filled in short here. Ah, damn. That was that one tick that triggered me in by a tick. I should have been up here at 991 filled, waiting for that 18,000 wall to break. Wanted to get in here at 18,000 first. Probably got to cut it. We'll see if it just goes down from here or not. $18,000 is going to get tagged. Oh, yeah, fucking mother. I can't believe I got bottom ticked on that. Crazy. Get through that bottom now. NVIDIA is still cracking lower. It just doesn't want to be the crack. Let's go. Catch that little sell side pressure. Got to get through here. Then we're going to be able to move our stops. But we got to let this thing flush. I don't know if that front run... If people front run 18,000, is that order still sitting there? 206. I can't get back more than that. So let's see if we can get this full flush. It's the second time it's touching off on that. It doesn't want to kind of break it. That is my entry where it's kind of dancing around at, which I don't like when that happens to me because it likes to. There we go. There's a sell. Hopefully we can get the failed break now. Come on, crack down lower. Let's get a crack down lower to the bottom end of this little wedge now. If we can get through 80s, then we should be fine. Get through 80s. I don't want to get back more than that there because that's $100 loss. I'm risking $100 now on 2 contracts, which is fine with me. Let's see if we can get this to flush. If this is going to be the true flush, then it should happen now. It's all about timing it. Everything's about timing. I'm going to break even, and then I'm going to see what happens here, right? Let's just let it happen. 80 is very important. It's always a key level. We're break even on that too. Let's see if we can get 80s to crack. If 80s can crack, then we can get down below 75s. There we go, 80 cracked. So we're going to go above the zone here and see if we can get this thing now to rotate all the way down and through. We're down $50 on the day. Anything beyond here is a great trade. Let's go. Let's go down through 75. Get through 75s and let's go to the downside further. We're above 80. Let's go. Let's see if we can get that one off, that one contract down here. I'm going to take that one off up there, right there. Front run it a little bit. Come on, get that one off. Get the one off. Get the one off. Break the bottom end of this. You motherfucker. Get through the bottom. We're going to leave that at 80. 80s is probably going to get tagged out. Yeah, we're out. Fuck. Flat. Did not get that fill there, unfortunately. And then I could not leave this in anymore. That's all good. See if we can get that to flush again. That was a good move there. We took a really great trade there. We're only down 120. We're one good trade away from making this day a good day. 120. We're right here. We're sitting at 120 down. If we can get a good crack here again with 2 on, then we can really accelerate our profits here. I think if we can get through there, we should be able to make some good money on it. That will be the full crack to the bottom. Down 120. It is a bounce location there, but if it does flush it, right, that was a failed breakout. We did a really good job of front running that large size at 18,000. Gonna try and take a breakdown of this candle here. If that breaks down, then we should get an accelerated move. Gonna front run that first take profit to make ourselves back to even. Yeah, that'll put us back past even, and then everything past that would be profit for the day. So let's see. Let's see if we can get it filled and in and down and continue to rotate lower. That would just be a breakdown of our wedge pattern, right? A failed breakout. We were in at the top. We trailed out at 80, but if we get through the bottom here, then we should continue to get the flush. And NVIDIA is selling, so any sort of good selling pressure here should get us at least filled on this. We'll fill through here, through the low, and then filled on this bottom here. But if we don't and we rotate higher, then that's just kind of how it goes. It's how the cookie crumbles on it. Is there any size here? There's some size down here at 70, 146. Maybe we'll go below 70. Nah, I think that might be a spoof order. Although I was looking, if I would have had this drawn up a bit, I would have had this ready to go. So that last trade netted us to 460. We're down just 110 right now. That last trade there was a practice account. So, I mean a combine, and that last one was we did not lose $200. We made money on that one. I don't understand why it says I lost money on it, but whatever. Sometimes the combines don't make any sense with their number makings. Down 120, looking to see if we can get this thing to flush one more time. Wonder if that size is still at 18,000. Yes, there's a wall there at 18,000. 170, 170. There are blocks though. There's big blocks of 171. Bigger fill there. You can see this here. You can see this giant order that hasn't moved. It's been here the whole time. 150, 170. Alrighty. 171. So the big order is that 170 order. It's sitting there. It's 170 contracts out of 18,000 even. I'm one good trade here right now. Like I said, I'm staying on till 12. Looking to see if I can get that one. Philip. I love it, dude. Been seeing it well. A lot of what we're doing, like I said, I feel like I've been seeing the market very, very well. There's been a lot of good executions. Just the last few days has seen a lack of follow through on a lot of things, right? But we're trying to catch as much of as we can of this type of move here, which we did a good job trailing that, right? I just couldn't get that one contract off. I had it set down here originally with that kind of strong push down. You anticipate there to be an actual continued push, right? Like you get through a key zone, you're strong. It's a very, very strong push down. You wick the bottom and then you rotate right back up and that stops you out, right above a key level of 80. That's why I had it there. I was going to trail it down to the bottom here, but I decided against that. That would have put us over even. But I really wanted to give it a little bit of room if it was just going to tick back up and then rotate back down on that trade there. But, you know, because one of these will follow through. But if we're not going to, then it's all good. I got to just take some money when it's on the table. Is this the new lower high, right? Or is it, right? We've wedged. We're right in this wedge here. This is no longer needed. We'll go with these wicks here. Will these break? Does 75 break down? NVIDIA has just been getting heavier and heavier and heavier. I don't see like a bid coming in. We are in a little bit of a downward channel here. You can see it's a channel here. We're approaching the bottom end of it. I didn't want to minimize that. I wanted to move it over. That's a concern because a bounce could come from here. Down at 772.50 on NVIDIA. And maybe that's what the NQ's anticipating. Apple popping up. Microsoft holding down. Amazon breaking highs. Might be carried up here. If Microsoft catches a bid, 18,000 might get rocked and ripped through. I think it fell down here. It still gets us the ability to at least flush to the bottom here again, and then see if we can get a break of 75. Unless NVIDIA bounces from 72.50. Although Apple is pushing upside, it's still very flat on the day. Stuck in a range between 83.61 and 82.46. Watching NVIDIA intently. Let's see if that guy is still there. Looks like he kind of dissipated. No, it's still 176 order there, sitting on that 18,000. Let's see if he disappears, if 18,000 gets tagged, or if he acts as a firm resistance there. But it does seem like that magnet is pulling us to 18,000. I did mention that earlier today, that we could likely see 18,000 come into play. There's 167. You can see it sitting there. 168, 167. Pulling some 150s. So lesser there. There's less there. Maybe get a wick of it into that yellow zone and then fail. Possible. Does it get front run? 68% long on the tilt. 18,000 is just stuck there. $162, 163, 162. That's how much size is on that right there. Does it get filled and does it pop? Is that a profit taker? Is that a stop run? What is this going to be at 18,000? Is that going to be somebody that just wants to get filled short and then that's a longer term short play for them? Or do they believe that they're going to pull it, draw the market to it, and then rally it higher? That's kind of also an idea that I see play out. Not that they're spoofing, but they're They are fully intending to trade that, although they may not. They may pull it shortly. There it goes. It's gone. I don't know if it was filled or not. I didn't have the time and sales up. Let's see. Time and sales. I don't have those. There it is. That level is wicked. I don't think it got filled. Because there's a 10 guy. 13 got filled at 18, 5, 8. Tilt's only 70% long. NVDA has some room. Microsoft has some room. What is Apple doing? Apple pushing highs. AMZN breaking highs. Looks like everything else is helping it out. S&P's just continuing its rally to the high side. 71% long on the tilt. This is really not an accurate trade idea here. 18,026. This level here is not far off either. That's that previous swing high. And we're right at the bottom of some wicks from the other previous swing. So not looking to take that. That was a good break out of that area. I'm not looking to take that. This is the only thing that still sort of interests me. Feel like that guy pulled that order. I think that was more of a get people to get me there and then continue to buy up. Some decent size coming in as far as sales. 11 guy at 18,006, 16 at 5, 1805. So maybe a failure of 18. The breakout of 914 and 928 right here, that's where that true break came, right? We broke out, base, failed that breakdown, and now we're rotating back. I mean, being down just about, oh man, $100 and change. 130 keeps coming in there. 130. There was a 170, 102, still up there. Until this cracks, there's not going to be any further downside. We've had some good breakdowns initiated by NVIDIA and Microsoft helping us out. Right now you have them kind of failing that area. Apple got to highs. Like I said, it's been range bound, even though we've popped up higher now. We've been between 182.46 and 183.50, which is right where we're at right now. Amazon's a real breakout there from the highs. Microsoft failing to break above that. A little down wedge. So watch the sell possible coming up here. Gotta watch 18,000. If 18,000 fails, do have up to 18,026 though. %60 long. I have 18,026 as the overhead support, so there is room to be up in that range there on a move like this. 4 minutes till noon. I'm gonna stream till noon. If I catch one more trade, if I see something I kind of see this, pushing up here. I'm gonna have to get off soon, maybe around 12:15. I'll pop off this stream and get ready for work. But right now we're kind of just hanging out at these highs. We've caught up and down, up and down, up and down. We basically have rotated from up 100 to down 100. at this point. Um, this could just continue to rocket off now. Apparently, Meta is rocketing. NVIDIA is breaking above. Microsoft's breaking above. Meta pushing up. Apple breaking the high. Not quite yet. 83.61 is the high of this little wedge. I mean, of the wedge, and then obviously we had that wick in the very beginning of the day that may need to get taken care of. These are the two names that I watched pretty much wholeheartedly to drag us around. So this is what I was talking about around this area here. I took that short. We actually maximized our gain on that really for the most part, so that was good. But I was saying that even though NVIDIA was breaking down, even though Microsoft was at its lows, Apple was starting to break up. Other things were starting to carry this NASDAQ higher. So we sort of disconnected from the NVIDIA driving this market. We were propped up solely on NVIDIA earnings up until today. And then now, I mean, we had NVIDIA getting beaten down. You have no follow through to the downside. So there's any excuse to bid this up seems to be out there, right? So these short ideas probably going to get run over some just because you can see NVIDIA gets these big pullbacks and price is still pushing up. So a little bit of a divergence there on that. The 20 level should get tagged here. Let's see what SMCI is talking about. Yeah, SMCI ripping, AMD ripped and now based. Intel sold off today on the open and now it's basing out the bottom. So Apple pushing up, AMZN made new highs. Microsoft, Meta, new high of day on Meta. There you go. Yeah, this order is not necessary anymore. 12 o'clock in 20 seconds. Is there any sort of wedge pattern here? It broke before. That's that breakout. Nothing here. I don't have anything that. I don't like to play those kind of things as much as I do like to fade levels. Look for some exhaustion. Apple made new highs. Let's see. Microsoft holding. I'm gonna leave Apple on here. If Apple continues upside, then we likely continue on. Where does it have resistance? Apple has resistance here. About. I like that level there. And right there. So Apple has those levels to play with. 51% long. Nothing crazy on the tilt. Give me one more pop. And I can then possibly look to short it. Or we play the balance at 18,000. Then try to take it from 18,000 to 18,026. $18 flat. Time correct into this here and then pop off. That looked like a liquidity grab there, but it's a very flat delta pushing to the high side. Let's see here. Still holding. NVIDIA still just kind of not playing. We've been built up on NVIDIA this whole time, and now NVIDIA trying to rotate to the downside, and nothing's really happening on the NQs. S&Ps have been leading us to the upside. All-time highs, all-time highs, all-time highs. So let's just watch it. Delta popping up, price not quite making it there. Could be a nice little run up, and then a failure. I'm not trying to get in front of this. 26 isn't that far off for me to want to wait for it to happen and then take the short. It is 30 ticks away. Let's see if we can get this thing to catch me in a short. Just get one off kind of quick. Below 12. Still not quite ready. Oh man. 10 more minutes on this. Still seeing if I can get this short come into play here. Setting up some orders here, seeing if we can get this thing to flush from up here. You know, not tons of follow through up. 26 could have got hit, but we kind of just came right up into 20. So I think maybe we could the failure here, and then see what we can get close to 18. Front run 18 with this one order here. You know, front run that one to get that one off maybe. See if we can get this involved. See if the short will kind of play out here a bit. NVIDIA. That one actually really grabbed some liquidity there and bid up pretty quickly, huh? That got bid up quick. NVIDIA's trying to crack the low again. Apple cracked highs. Normally I'm not on here this long. I'm thinking that maybe we could get this to failure here. NVIDIA just doesn't want to play along as far as to upside, so I was thinking that maybe we catch up a little bit, give it a little bit of a pullback, but we're out, we're flat. Down 5. So that's the kind of day it's going to be. We're going to stay down 5. I'm not going to try to force much more in there. If that's going to be a ripper to 26, then we're going to be done. Anyway, a failure of 20 though could give us that now. You could short that 20 level and then really be tight with it above 26. Yeah, I'm gonna get off in 5. You good? You need something?
I want to show something.
You can show me. Come in.
You can take the volume off. Just see if you like. You're ready. I need you to let it come.
Well, nice. And we're short. See if that failure is where we get our full move. Ooh, yeah. Sell one more at the bottom there. It looks good. Yeah, it looks great.
Then you still pay me?
Yeah, it looks cool. I like it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm not gonna add at the bottom. NVIDIA breaking down. Let's see if we can get this now to flush. We've been bouncing around. Let's see if 18,000 comes back into play. It seems like it wants to come in. There we go. All right, so we're curing some of this. If we can get through 18,000, then we should be able to, or get to 18,000, we're going to secure just above this liquidity zone here. I just liked this short from up there. That 26 level was where I wanted to short it from. We did get that second entry in, so I'm going to go right there above this candle. Fast moves, fast trails. Fast move, fast trails. Out at 18,007 on the combine. The combine's flat on the day, exactly $0. And we are currently sitting down 300 on this one. Do I let this play out, or is this liquidity bounce? I'm going to go right above this here with NVIDIA still selling off. If we're going to get follow through, it could be here. If not, then this is another one of those bounces off of a liquidity zone. Another look to make a new high. However, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going to break even. I'm letting this thing play out. This is how we got to let this thing go. If we can crack 18,000, then it's down from there, like well down from there. So I need to see if we can get through that 18,000 level. If we're at break even, so be it. I only have one contract on, so I'm not able to take off as much as I would like. If we flush 18,000 and I can add one, that would be cool too. Instead of taking this and trailing it too tight, I want to see if I can get this to, like I said, we're past break even. It is what it is. If we can get it to go from here, that's what that's what I need to see. We need to flatten that there. Okay. We're up 175 on it right now. We're sitting in it. NVIDIA is pushing to the downside, but we're getting a liquidity grab here right at that 18,001 level. I think if we can get one more push to the downside, we could get this thing going further, but if it bounces from there, that's an expected bounce. I could have secured most of that, but I'm looking to see if I can get more out of this move. Something tells me that it's going to get heavy kind of quick at these levels. And if I want to maximize some of my gains, I have to let things play out. I could sell another below 18. Because I think if a break of 18 should get us another sell involved. And then we could possibly look to get that take profit down into that level there. Maybe take the first one off down here. I want to see if I can flush 18,000 with NVIDIA selling off so hard right now. I'm trying to be patient with this ad. See if we can do it. If it breaks through 18,000, it should give us another flush. That should be the high, this candle here, so we'll secure above that. If it does go back above that, then it's probably going to be a bounce anyway. So that's what we're looking at. All right, let's see if we can get it. If we get to 18,000 for like closer to the ad, we're gonna put the stop right there. It probably puts us at break even on both anyway. So I will put my stop there. If we get close to that ad, seems like we're gonna approach it. We're gonna approach it. I will secure just above this candle here. If we push down a little bit further towards that trend line, looks like it's gonna grab some of this liquidity. 210. A good flush of 18,000, like I said, should push us down a lot further. That's a really nice looking downside move. This little pop here could be just a liquidity grab. Also at the same time, not quite. I'm going to leave it there for now. Let it sit. See if we can get closer to the ad. I only started to grab it to move it down because of the ad approaching. Apple's still bouncing. What's Microsoft doing? Holding it. So it's probably going to stop us out here. Yep. There we go. We're flat. Down 430. Okay, I'm going to take a piss. And it seems like we're pretty much done for the day. We're not getting any follow through on any of the moves. We got good moves, just no follow through on anything. Okay, let's see. Apple just rip. Crazy. Another bounce, another bounce, another bounce. Gonna adjust this little trend line here. Seems to be a little bit off. The 30-minute, or actually, I switched over to a 5. 5-minute has it more in that range there. So looks like that's a bounce play there. Anything that's gonna crack that, possible. So we're pushing up. We're getting the delta divergence here. Let's see what the tilt is. 54% long. Got break 26. Amazing, that thing hit off right on that to a tick. I'll risk 200 on this. There we go. Come on down. Break through that level. Break through that level there. We'll be good to go. Holding it, holding it, holding it, holding it, holding it. Microsoft's trying to sell. NVIDIA's still selling. Should be able to get this thing off. I'm going to trail the add to the 18,000 level if I can. Risking to $200. We're not quite there yet. Okay. See if we can crack the trend line here. If we can, then we should break down closer to the 18,000 level. Some of these other names are pretty much rolling over. Apple was at highs. I'm sure it's still close to highs, or if not, if it's breaking crazy, then I'm not watching it right now. Microsoft's rolling though. Apple's approaching that 184.19 level. That's the high of the day. I think people are going to front run that to sell it. And then we should get the follow through in this. If I can get the ad to break even, then we should be okay. This just does not want to crack. Crack. It's getting heavy, getting heavy, getting heavy. Bids are there, but it's just getting heavier. Come on now. Get through that bottom. Does not want to go. Does not want to go. Come on now. Give me that good flush here to end my day off right. I need to end the day off good here with the 2 guy. I'll trail it down nicely. Nope. Leave that there, the 2 guy, and then I'll just hit break even on here when it does decide to get through that trend line, through that bottom. If we can get through the bottom where the ad is, I'm going to go to break even. The ad was pretty much to a tick, the bottom there. Securing a couple dollars on the combine. We're in on the same kind of deal here at the combine. If Apple gets any profit taking come in, then this should roll some. There you go. Now we're at break even. Let's see if it'll go. Nope. Just was at break even, didn't get the follow through that we wanted on it. Still down 430. It is what it is there. That was good. The combine is $44 away from being passed. So, maybe we'll just take one contract here on that somewhere where we can get a bid. But I'm not worried about that right now. I'm going to see if I can get myself in on this. Apple pushing up once again. NVDA pushing up again. A breakout of here. Do we get up higher, up into that 37 level? Maybe. Let's try it. Let's give it one shot long. There you go. We're break even. Flat. Didn't get anything on that. Failed that. Rotate through here. Then we can get the short, and then we can get one off. Right. At the bottom there. Instead of adding, we'll take one off. Very strong push there. Touch the X, tilt at 56%. Apple pushing up, NVIDIA pushing up. Okay, we should be in short here. I think we just passed the combine. 52,981. No, we did not. I set my take profit too quick. How is that possible? 981. Damn. See if we can get this to roll some. I don't want to risk above here. I'm not oversizing my risk on it. This should not be there. Did not follow through. Need ample profit taking to happen. There you go. There's some pushing. Push to the downside here. Come on now. Give me that follow through on the break here. Does not want to break down. Lower highs. Wicks, NVDA caught a little bit of a bid. That should probably stop us out. Can we catch one flush? One more flush? That'd be really nice. Nope, we're out flat. All right. Down more than what we'd like to be again today. Just could not get any follow through on anything. We're down 700. So we are good on that. And there's that little bit of a push to the downside now. I'll sell market here. We'll catch a little bit of flatten that when it gets over 53. Nope. Still kind of hovering around this level here. All right, well, another kind of crappy day for my executions. No follow through on the moves that I wanted to take. When I took them, just, bounce back and forth, bounce back and forth. It is what it is. Maybe probably get a breakout here now to the high side because I'm just done for the day. Looking to get back into it tomorrow. See if we could just get ourselves onto a winning streak and then build from there. So, like I said, back here 8:30 tomorrow till 11. I'll see